Hello, hello. Welcome on in, y'all. I see Gren, I see Blossom, I see Dusk. Welcome on in, y'all. Also, thank you, Scarlet Disco, for the follow. Welcome to the swarm. Thank you for the floof bits. Okay. I've been interested in this game for a while, because from what I could tell, it's similar to Outer Wilds. Which I will get. Oh, I'm kind of covering it. 1 second. Well, just like I'll let the devs give a spoiler warning here. This is a game that is most likely best experienced blind. If you wanna play a game that's Outer Wild-esque with time loops and puzzling, you may want to lurk. Just a fair warning. Otherwise, you can experience it with me. Oh, I'm a bit tired. It's fine. Also, I need to refill my water. I have my pitcher here. Oh, there's multiple endings. Neat. Present today. Oh, that gets picked up on the mic. 1 second. I moved it over.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Select your body type. Boop. Skin tone. Boop. Muff. I mean, fair. How far are you into LobCorp?
Well,
are you
it's nice to meet
I
you.
can't remember if you were one of the people that have beaten it, or
I'm
if you haven't played it yet.
Any idea why you were floating down the river?
Oh,
What's the
fair
last thing
enough.
you remember?
Oh, huh. Huh, this is not what I expected. Archaeologist, occasional insights into the ancient world. Soldier, you have a gun with 10 bullets. You can run faster, or you're harder to take down? I'll go with fugitive. I like moving
Really?
faster.
You know what? Don't answer that. I don't think I want to know.
Probably shouldn't have told you that.
Look, you've just been through a trauma, so I'm gonna forget you said that. But you owe me, and I need a favor.
Mm-hmm. Sounds fair. Go on.
There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped, or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Mm-hmm. I have some questions first?
Of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
What's your story?
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end
Hi,
job
Reggie.
with
Welcome on
enemies.
in.
No,
Oh, I like that emote because Digimon. It's been ages since I interacted with Digimon. You're not even gonna tell me your name?
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Why don't you want to tell me?
All right, fine. Sorry if I
Ow.
sounded crazy. It's just that
Hi,
I don't always
Onks.
get the best reactions when I introduce myself.
Rokumanin.
My name's Karen.
Well, thank you for saving my life, Karen. All those Karen memes have really ruined that name, huh? I am not Stimpy.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Who's Al?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew.
Why
each other.
are people just...
I guess not. But
very
maybe
understandable.
the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
Random gift subs are always nice. Where are we?
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Okay, cool. Like, Karen is not... Being named Karen does not mean you're an asshole, as much as I like the meme. As much as the memes are funny, not all people named Karen are Karens. What can you tell me about the ruins?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts.
A time warp to the past. Have you tried calling for help?
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Why? Why are you doing this? That's all the questions I had.
So you're ready to go look for Al?
Why? All right, I'm in.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this.
Why?
I
Why?
think you'll need it more than I will.
What do you give me? Flashlight. Fair enough. Okay. Oh, ooh, that is a low. Oh, no, wait, is it? Yeah, no, I think I need to up that sensitivity. Also, is that? Okay, it lagged a bit, but I think it may have just been loading. Ah, why? Vedia. Controls? Here. It is convenient that they do have horizontal and vertical sensitivity separated out like this. Why does it go up and down? Absolutely. Yeah, Brian. This game is very much a game that I would recommend. I've just started. But to my understanding, it is a game you want to go in blind. There, that feels better. Use mouse wheel up to raise your flashlight. Huh. But yeah, welcome on in, Brian. Gasp! There's a flashlight that you get 30 seconds into the game! You have a good lurk, Brian. That is some funky water. But yeah, this game has been on my list for a while as well, just because I got it from a Humble Bundle, and it's time loops. Look, okay, I can raise and lower flashlights. How's
If
new?
you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
Oh, whoop. I would have liked to be able to read those. I wonder if taking the gold kills you. If that is the wicked. Follow Austria. Herhik Esne. Oh, wonderful. A young Roman woman, a pose of lamentation. Because the gimmick of this game, what I do know, is that if anyone in this city sins, everyone dies by being turned to gold. The statue's whispering, that's a bit creepy. That does make a question, did all these people like climb up to these pedestals to die? Oh, you just run into the door. Hi, Vutal, welcome on in. Oh. Wait. Did I get turned around? Yes. Ooh. Hmm. F5 to quick save and F9 to quick load. Interesting. Basically, everyone's fucked. Hmm. Oh! Golden statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is that possible? So... that's a little concerning. Why... Oh wait, inscribed stone tablet. Whoop!
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Interesting. To the past we go. Yeah, I know that you can do these things. Yeah. I don't know why we're now being flashbanged. But yeah, how are y'all doing? Well, it loads. Hopefully y'all are doing good. This, I'm very curious about this game. Ah. Okay, cool. And yep, there's that guy that was praying, on his knees praying.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
I'm Bale, I got lost. Lie. Is lying a sin? Shrine of Proserpia?
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime. You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
I just came for the future.
no idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Thanks, I guess?
But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
The laws?
Not laws, law. There's just one.
The golden rule.
And the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
It's not Mr. Clean Critical. All right, lead the way.
Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But
Oh, that's
as you
nice.
can
They have an
see,
automatic
we've got
follow
a
button.
nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
I don't think Agent 47 lived in Roman times.
If I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
You good?
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her.
Yeah?
Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs
Lamp is
way
not mid.
down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
Rude.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Okay. All right, lead the way.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now...
I
is the
am
golden
working on getting P ranks in
rule.
Ultra
See if
Kill.
I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Oh, cool. Hi, jackass.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm Bale.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress.
Probably.
Your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood?
Understood.
Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first,
I wonder if that's because I picked the criminal, like,
A
origin.
secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
It's beautiful.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers
Wait,
brought
two?
together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Can't say I have.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it
Yeah.
the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured.
I am curious why he said
I know
22.
That's a lot to take in, and you look like you
Also,
have
what
questions.
counts as a sin?
Ask away.
What counts as a sin?
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
A droplet of reed in that. Not sure that's a good idea.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same?
Okay,
When
fair enough.
people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Did your laws allow slave ownership?
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
And you go watch blood sports?
On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, Or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
No, women have fewer rights than men?
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
Don't you persecute Christians?
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
What? Oh, I see. Did you practice collective punishment?
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion.
Where I'm from, we consider those things to be abhorrent.
Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are
Hi,
still those
Zoin.
here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies.
How you
in the
doing?
shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Chip, these questions will be available later. Cool. Probably when the time loop happens. What do you mean you said Prosperina sent me?
In my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient
Blah.
ritual to Proserpina,
ha.
the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you.
You're Palin? Fair enough, fair enough.
Our time.
If you want, you could bust out the nosepad. You're right. I'm from the future.
1,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city?
You'd all been turned into golden statues.
I have imagined it, our downfall 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
How's the ritual work?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved.
Sentius, is this why you said 22
Or in
people?
some cases, a live animal.
Sentius.
In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
I did see human remains in the temple.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going
Though
to
that would
cost
then create a
me
paradox.
everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
Oh, I can't promise anything.
Well, thank you for your candor, I suppose.
Like, Sentius, it would create a time paradox if you have to sacrifice your life to bring me here. I can't save you from that. Why can't you investigate?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions.
That's fair.
You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Fair enough. You have any suspects?
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence
Fair enough.
of your investigation, the better.
Why can we understand each other? We don't speak Latin.
You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her.
Awesome.
Indeed.
If I do this, will you help me get back to my own time?
If I understand Prosepina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs,
they thought about that.
Come back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Sure, why not? That is interesting. So, updated main goal, create a time paradox. So, essentially, it's a paradox. That's all the questions I had.
Good.
But it's resolved.
Are you with me? Can I count on
Though
you
I
to figure
think
out
that the
who's about to break
open-endedness
the
there
code?
is interesting. Alright, I'm in.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have come back and tell me immediately.
Alright, I'll get started.
Oh, and one last
I'm very
thing.
tempted
If
to
I
do
were you,
something
I'd
stupid.
start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago.
'Cause
Seems like something's not right.
I'll see what I can do. Okay. So here's the thing. That is an interesting question, Circuit, but here's the interesting thing. I think there might be a way to speedrun this game. And I kind of want to test this. Because there's an option to start with a gun. So you know what? I want to do that. I want to quickly test something. There, thank you. So we're gonna quickly start a new game. We're gonna try speedrunning this shit. Because if he needs to offer his life to bring me to the past, what happens if he's not alive?
Hey,
Gun! What?
well, what's
I was on a covert mission.
really? You know what? There's no.
Yep, I have a gun now.
If you can do that.
That's all the questions I had. Alright, I'm in. So, inventory. Ammunition for my handgun. How would I... Oh yeah, right there. Möth has a gun! Yeah, I'm attempting to fix the problem of being stuck in the past with a gun.
If you're reading
I am also
this,
curious.
it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient...
Cool. That the gold is fixed permanently in place. Okay.
ancient Roman city, hidden deep
F5
underground.
quick save.
Its existence is long
Oh wait,
forgotten.
do I have to
All
rush to
knowledge of it
the...
lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads,
No,
who
you,
wish to enter the
like,
city, step
it's noted that you have your clothes. Like, also, it's like, if, that would be kind of rude to give you a character option that then you get no benefit from.
Showered in gold, but in vain. For
Let's
this
see, where...
shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? The people have survived down there, against the odds. It seems there's only one way to
Yeah, hi,
find out.
Al.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this.
I'm...
And worse. She'll suffer the same fate I did.
Especially with their whole thing of, oh, you only get 10 bullets for it. You're gonna have to be. Where am I going?
Around in circles.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Searching for a way out. The inscription was right.
And I guess this will also be a good test for. Also, while this loads, I'm gonna quickly be right back. I'm just gonna drag my
That godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried.
Okay.
I really tried. What I did. The beginning.
Yeah, this is just utter speed run of can we fix a time paradox using a bullet?
Find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Oh no, he will stop you. I'm Gunman, and I got lost.
Oh, is that right? Can't have you. But listen, you live.
Your laws.
Not,
Yep.
But
I'll make my own way.
look, you seem.
All right.
Follow me.
Oh,
When
I
first
see
arrived,
that they
I
have
couldn't
like a.
believe there were people living.
But what happens if I just? is he still just talking? Oh no! Now he's just silent. Oh, and she's just walking away now.
The 49 melodies fetch.
If you just run away, he's just like, okay, well, I guess you don't want my help. Yeah, I have the gun. Hi, sir.
Some lamp.
Lamp?
Dear citizen, my name's Horatius, Magistrate Sentient.
All right, lead the way.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way.
Hey, sir. Okay. I abandoned Bad Dragon toy.
But I'm going to have to overlook it for reasons that will now
I just want to get out of here.
more
Yep. Yes.
well, but it's
Yep. I'm trying. I just want to shoot you, sir. I don't have any questions right now.
good.
All right, I'm in. All right, I'll get started.
Oh, and
I'll get right on it. I'll get right on that.
what is that thing? And why are you pointing it
Oh.
at me?
It's a gun, and I was planning to kill you with it. Okay, the game very much accommodated for this.
Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, we all die. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very
Hi, Sir May. Welcome on
is
in.
impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox. You see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be
So if I killed you, everyone would die, and I'd return to my original timeline with no way back.
indeed.
I might need to rethink this.
Thank you. I'll be waiting.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Shrikes? That there was a typo there. Shrikes is not quite right. Lol, Lamau. Oh, hi.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Alworth. I came in here to find you. Hey, finish the game without looping through time once.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch you.
I'm Gunman.
Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
Weird. That definitely wasn't me.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
When I first arrived here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
I still have the suicide note you carved into this tablet. Here.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
It was written by a different version of you. I changed the past and your fate.
I'm not following.
Killed the man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is
What
dead,
the fuck?
never created a time
Thank you for the
portal,
hydrate.
through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Now you're getting it.
Yes. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
I regret nothing.
How can you say that? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay. Ending 1 of 4. GG, easy. Game's over. We're done with the Forgotten City. How many might have survived if you hadn't killed Sentius in cold blood? I'm also curious, what happens if you kill other people? Because obviously if you kill Sentius, he can't bring you back. But what happens if you kill someone... Like, Gunman is here just to fuck around and find out. It's not a spree if you only kill 2 people, right? Continue as Gunman. Well, here's the thing. Murder is definitely a sin. If murder is not considered a sin, then I don't know what the gods are smoking. So, I kill everyone by killing anyone. Okay, it auto-saved here. So what happens if I kill this guy's wife instead?
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
Oh, another one fresh up.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, you can kill the statues. Follow Sentius back to the shrine and use his portal again. This is a time loop game. Oh, and I see. So you have to try to you have to make sure Sentius doesn't unfortunately die. Whispers an inaudible prayer. Oh. Okay, then. And then just a loop. And I'm guessing that is what's going to happen when someone sins. I'm betting that you will get a sword. I think there was a brief mention of, I think there was a brief mention of, does this guy... I'm good, man. We had this conversation. Your name's Galerius, and you're about to offer to take me to Sentia so you can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink?
Okay, no problem. I have to go.
And since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
What? What? Oh! A zip line.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake, and if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen. But don't.
Thanks. I'll be going now. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the character that I actually started with. I don't want to do the gun character right now. Yes, I murdered two. I've already murdered two people in cold blood, kind of. I appreciate that they thought of this. Okay, I'm also now curious, can you see the councilman from where you start? Could you, theoretically... I wonder if that is the speed run, is teleport and snipe him from all the way over there. That technically are... Ooh, nice! Do you like have you change your profile pics every month? Also, hi, Mistborn. Who are you?
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here.
I'm quite glad you were the one I shot. Fair enough. What's your story?
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Charmin.
I trust you can see yourself out.
If pride is a sin, you're definitely going to get everyone killed.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What now?
What's your story?
I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting
Yes,
down here.
I am Möth.
So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others. And making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
How'd you end up here?
I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service.
Oh, do you?
Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander.
How you doing, Mistborn? Fellow Möth.
While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets.
Oh, was that city Pompeii?
People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river.
Oh, nice.
Nothing.
Oh, are you going to do it to get better at arts?
No,
because that's actually a good idea.
So far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Sorry to hear that.
Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens
yes!
mind, as labor does.
There's a surprising number of us. Cliff is another good one.
Been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
Scintilla's disappearance. Can I see the citizen register?
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Class, commoner. Duty, merchant. I'm gonna go with this because it's a little easier to look through. Wait, Onks? I don't actually... No, I don't think I do. Like, I know Onks as in Onk Severus, who's one of my chat members. But I don't know a moth Onks, unless Onks is a moth. It is an art moth. Notes, died in cistern? Fuck it, Hannibal. Duty, forage for scrap. Onks, that's how you pronounce Onks. O-N-Y-X. The Y is silent. Centillia missing. I see they are being historically accurate with female Roman names being completely, utterly uninspired. Unk's Arts. I'll take a gander at him. Thanks.
Of course.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny... Well,
yeah. At least to my
be
understanding.
like hundred-eyed eyes, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's
I, for a while,
brutal,
did think it was like Onyx.
but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it.
Saying you're in favor of it.
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life
Fair
is
enough.
harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient.
I'm a language nerd, so I pick up a lot of these little things. Let's talk about something else.
If you like.
You can tell me about the Magistrate.
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had. That's for
Good
sure.
stoic. Okay, fair enough.
Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
I think it is interesting how Horatius does seem to be extremely
All right.
philosophical, as in like he talks about philosophy a lot.
How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Translate.
Why do I get the feeling...
Sentius and Melolius. Same excrement, different smell.
That's it.
Same
Blame everyone
shit.
but yourself.
If I...
I mean, fair enough. Onyx?
I know you did something to that poor sweet girl. Not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Huh. As if I'll be afraid of you, little man. What were you two talking about?
Sorry, what?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you?
I guess
Money?
fair enough.
Favours? What's your vote worth to him?
We weren't talking about... we weren't talking about the election.
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
I don't care about the election.
Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Fine, might have asked some questions.
Can't hurt.
What's your
My
story?
name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
Are you just like a gladiator?
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
A gladiator in a place with no violence. Okay, but you're nowhere near an arena.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunnus.
Fatuous cunnus. I like how they just didn't translate the insults. They're just like, hey, you can figure it out. I'm not gonna bother asking either of them who they're voting for. They seem pretty... are you playing more Lingo? What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think it's gone on long enough. And Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Nice. What's he gonna do that?
He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
No swearing in our Christian ancient city. I guess it's not a Christian ancient city. They kind of butcher Christians. Don't worry about it. Why can't you tell me now?
Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that.
Sounds great. Can I open some way?
We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
So I guess...
Just remember,
that's why there's that whole... That's why you can ask everyone who they're going to vote for, because... Politics. Gods, shut the fuck up. I don't care what you think. Okay, so I can't read that, apparently. Must be unimportant. I'm assuming those whispers. No doubt unpleasant cooking with such poor ventilations. Romans probably regard that as their servant's problem.
Fear
Isn't the
is
great
proof
temple
of a
majestic?
degenerate mind.
Oh, hi, Horatius again. Are you the wife?
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I make
Ave.
it clear.
Oh, we're about to have an ad whenever Twitch decides to run an ad. What's your story?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to
A Vestal? Okay.
Without due formality or courtesy ask, what is your story?
Okay, I'm gonna let the ad break run. Before continuing further in the story. I do love the fucking idea that the gods just refuse to translate curses. Oh, also, Aurora, how far did you get into Lingo? I don't remember how far you were last stream. You're a sub, so you don't have to worry about the ad. Also, a fucking Vestal, Jesus. Okay. Well, it's like, which colors have you figured out? I guess that is like the biggest thing for how far, like, the progress you've made. Because level 2 is, don't do it until you've beaten the base game. It is post-launch content that was designed as hard mode, essentially. In general, you're gonna want to beat stage 1 before you touch either. I haven't done level 2. I'm gonna plan to do level 2 next week, most likely. Oh, time's not paused. That's a bit of an issue. Okay. Fair Dragon. Sorry, what should I have done?
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
How'd you end up here?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
A young woman named Karen dragged me out of the river unconscious and sent me in here.
Karen, you say? And nothing
Karen.
about that name seemed odd to you.
It's an older name, but not uncommon where I'm from.
Older. I see. I wonder if... No.
What are you gonna say?
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic.
And ad's over.
You've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Alright, I'll do that.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
What happened to Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she saw a pattern nobody else saw.
Pink Moth.
And
Hi, Blazing. How you doing?
I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
I'll be careful.
Now, go and follow the thread
Interesting.
through this labyrinth and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
I am curious. I'll get right on it.
Come back to me once you've acquainted
Oh,
yourself
I see. So those two things, do you want to prioritize that thing? I need to talk with you. You didn't tell me how you got... Oh, wait, if you didn't say... You said you didn't remember. Let's test the election.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Who's allowed to vote?
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
Can I vote then?
Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Such as?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
What's your role in the election?
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Do not know. We're in a city where everyone dies if anyone says. We already shot 2 people to test that. Okay, nominate another candidate.
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
Let's talk about something.
Certainly.
I'll be, way out of here.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
I'll be going.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Yeah, no. Although, to be fair, it then unfucked itself. I'm not... Yes, I can hear you. What do you want from me? How did you wind up here? Stop doing push-ups.
Her name's Domitian. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it.
Afford what?
I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. With me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Alright, what do you want?
Oh, something good.
Isn't soliciting bribe to sin?
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking
Optional.
for is
Tell
more
Sentius you suspect
tribute
Dominitus.
to me, your soon-to-be patron.
I'll see what I can do.
Just make it good. Whatever.
So that I can't ask Demetus how he got here. He just refuses. Which guy? Demetus? Door locked. I'm sure there's a list of voice actors if you want to see if he did something, because he doesn't sound like super familiar, other than just to me. But it could also just be I'm not good at recognizing things. Okay, apparently those plants I'm not allowed to walk through. Can I jump on him while he's doing push-ups? No. That would have been funny.
Citizen. You've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
I'd like to ask you some questions about my investigation.
Ask then.
Oh wait, never mind.
Good. Now,
those were all the questions I already asked.
You wanted to discuss?
Huh, interesting. What's your story?
Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
How'd you end up here?
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely tent.
Oh God, is that stranger Karen? How'd you get to be magistrate?
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead.
Yeah, stop giving him caffeine! What's the decurion?
It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Why are you still wearing it?
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent.
Understandable. Thank you for the stretch. Let's talk about something else.
Well.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my
Yeah,
thoughts.
time portal. Don't worry about
I've
it.
always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the Golden Rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
I better get back to it.
I'll be waiting here for news.
Let's see, those two seem to have, like... Oh, it's the statues whispering. Oh, wonderful. Don't seal anything, don't hurt anyone, don't... Whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish, evidently. Fermented fish sauce. Are you one of the archers? I wonder. because there's stuff in there, but you can't get there you can't get past the golden statue. But if she, say, tries to murder people, okay, the forum. Oh. Ulpius loves Scintilla. Corrected to Ulpius killed Scintilla. Who's Ulpius?
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
Oh.
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river, and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Hard
Is
to
it
say.
true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus, because they say I've been bad.
Whoops.
Hello?
What's your story?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Does somebody think you were going to steal?
Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking.
Is that all?
They said I did it more than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
A liability?
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you? You think you could read it for me?
Magistrate Sentius Tudulius, I am writing you in relation to your incorrigible, antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremember. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns, which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated should you experience further lapse in memory.
What does it say?
So it says they caught you trespassing several times and they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure.
What treasure?
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then...
It's very unclear what counts as a sin.
He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here.
Why are the cisterns off limits?
Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Give me the key, I can try to find out what it unlocks.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone.
Apparently,
Trust.
that there wasn't the thing.
Maybe you could.
But it's the question was that why they made it off limits? Because he died there, or the other way, or did he die there because it was off limits. Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Maybe it's time we had a new magistrate.
Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius.
Huh.
He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
I'll see what I can do.
Bye-bye.
And because everything resets, you, of course, you're not necessarily forced. Oh, what? No.
Hello.
Oh.
Have we met before? Bye-bye.
Oh, a note? Dooley's note. I did not do it, Dooley. Yeah, I think he has some sort of brain damage. Oh.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Oh, I don't have a weapon.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise.
Oh, how is this my problem?
Are you daft or just callous? If you don't stop him, we're all going to die.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Maybe we shouldn't be in there?
What? We don't have time for this. I have to go.
No, I don't know why I said that.
The shrine is collapsing.
Ah! I see.
Fabia, no!
Oh.
God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Well, that's not good.
I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you. I can't believe.
Okay, so she just doesn't. So this guy is just not talking.
I can't believe.
Yeah, cool. So I would have to save Fabia, I'm assuming. The statues keep talking to me. May shall suffer for the sins of the one. Okay then. Oop.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
I don't know a Quintus.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
Got it.
Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
We're just a small community of strangers who wound up here by accident.
A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery.
I don't know. It's not actually I don't quite know. It does not quite specify what the time frame this is. Wait, what's a mystery cult?
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quintius did, those days are
Quintius. Get the wrong idea, we're not cultists.
You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
We're not keeping it a secret, we're all trapped in here.
So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
It's not that we're not allowed to leave, we physically can't leave. There's no way out.
Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
It's not a mantra, it's a warning.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues?
There were once people who returned to gold as punishment.
You lot are practicing human sacrifice too.
No.
You people disgust me.
We didn't turn them to gold. God did it. We don't know which one.
Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our God told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by...
I don't know who Quintius is.
Do not waste it.
I have no idea who or where he is.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
You? This would get me killed even more. I can tell you that much. Romans do not like Jesus Christ. Fire that arrow, everyone here is going to die.
Well, I'd say that's rather convenient, since I was planning to kill you all anyway.
Fire's arrow.
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, have fun, mate. Okay, I am curious. If I'm going to have to deal, if I'm dealing with this anyway, where was that doorway? Ow. Ow. Oh, don't go that way. Okay, I don't know where that doorway is. Thank you for giving the little guy a snack while the world burns. Okay. So, the assassin absolutely has to be neutralized in some way. Oh, your health doesn't get restored. Oh, wait, but there's someone here that can restore your health, right?
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are?
They reflect that.
Like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
I'm Bale, and we had the conversation.
I don't think so.
No.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Your name is Galerius, blah, blah, blah.
Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
No problem, I have to go.
And since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made.
Thank you for the zipline. Okay, so this is where Gunman got to with the speed run.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake.
And that, yeah, so since your inventory doesn't get reset, that means when it says you get 10 bullets, you get 10 bullets.
If it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is... But don't what?
Thanks, I'll be going now. That is almost certainly going to be required for some things. Like, wait, can I... Now. probably that's one way. So where was that? Oh, it was there. Oh god, that room is filled. That, I think, was the room filled with... Yeah, so if I go over here... we'll try to help you. I'm very curious what this whispering is. The problem is that they don't know what the fuck a gun is, Circuit. They're Romans. You have a strange lamp. That's it.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived.
Yep.
You have to.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank.
Do not go in there.
What? Why?
Just trust me.
All right. Fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Thank you. Because, yeah, this collapses. Beware, Shrine. Why didn't you block the door? I wonder if I go in here. Yes. Oh, I'm dead. Cool. I wanted to walk in and walk back, but it just instantly killed me. So that's interesting. It's a time loop game, but there is permadeath still. That's very interesting. So you can still die. Dying does not loop. You have to make it back to the portal. Hopefully I would hope it saves each time loop. Okay, cool. It saved right here. So now, though, how the fuck would let's see if I can convince this guy with words.
Stop right there. I'm looking for...
Yes. I saw him worshipping in a small... Ah! Hi, Lucas! Welcome on in! Lamp is mine! How about the Final Fantasy 6? I had to check if I had an exclamation mark on my shout out. Praise lamp. Yes. Also, nope, lamp is mine. You cannot take the lamp. Lamp is mine. It's right there. How y'all doing? Welcome on in. For anyone new here, I am Möth. I play a variety of games. We're currently doing a time loop game called Forgotten City. Do not abuse the moth! Why? No, cease! Where you are in a city where if anyone commits a sin, everyone dies. So, let's see, does this qualify as a murder? I saw him worshipping in a small round shrine just inside the city. Second building on your left.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Oh, I'm sure they won't. Because, you guys remember what the shrine that's on your, that's the second left. The second building on your left, right? Anyone remember which building that was? Let's see, does this qualify as a murder?
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Oh! A finely crafted composite bow. Thank you! Bounty notice. Emperor Nero has ordered the execution of a cultist named Quintius with different colored eyes. All loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer, Tiberius Quintus Crispus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. About 40 to 50 years old, average height, average build, dark hair, one green, one blue, typically clean shaven. Known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Apparently not in the opinion of the gods. Though here's the other thing. That is arguably self-defense, which could be considered not a sin. So now I have a bow. But yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, that I'm curious about as well. But yeah, I've never actually played a Final Fantasy game. Or I played a little bit of 14, 15? The car one. The one with the pretty boys in the car. Pretty bathhouse. Interesting. Admittedly, I'm not the hugest fan of turn-based combat. Oh, those are absolutely going to turn into hunters. Also, yeah, all these golden statues are people, by the way. Just so y'all know. We already played Moth House. It's a good game. Very short. I do wish they had made this just one open map rather than those loading screens. Those are pretty immersion breaking.
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
Go on.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
The statues come to life and fire their golden bows arrows at them.
And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella, the goose that laid the golden egg, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one can create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees, and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches.
I wonder if you can loot the statues then.
And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I think the golden... That sounds grossly unethical.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule.
In that case, go on.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Vaguely, but go on.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
A golden bow?
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what.
You want me to steal it?
Gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No. Here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not
That still sounds like theft, just with extra
a
steps.
trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions.
This just sounds like theft with extra steps. Isn't that extremely dangerous?
Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind. Do you think he was worried about the danger?
Fair. No, that is not a fair point. Why can't you do it yourself?
I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence in you.
Why can't I just take it?
Because the gods would see you, of course.
Turning out the lights does not make the gods unable to see you. The gods have night vision, I would assume. You can't just turn out the lights.
So, are you in, partner?
If you don't like action or horror elements, feel free to decline. Interesting. Interesting? Alright, I'll do it.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf.
I do appreciate that.
This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are, a gold leaf bow.
Yeah, I appreciate warnings. Fake golden bow. Composite bow covered in gold leaf.
Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can.
I'm reasonably sure Diana's...
End of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
I am reasonably sure Diana's not going to be happy with this.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Oh, and now that guy's happy to talk because... Look, could I just, like, say, fuck you, just have a golden bow that is not a gold bow? Oh, there's moths! There are, oh wait, no, are those moths or those hornets? Is that a hornet nest? That's a hornet nest. That's a hornet nest, isn't it? This? Okay, 1 second, I need to check something. I need to check something really fucking important. DoesTheDogDie.com. Okay. The Forgotten City. Oh, wait, no, not... Yeah, The Forgotten City video game. Okay. I just had to check. For anyone that does not know, this is a site that I absolutely love. DoesTheDogDie.com. It is a crowdsourced trigger warning site. I had to check. Is there spiders? Because I was concerned. It is not out of the question for a god to send giant spiders at you for stealing a bow. So I just had to check that there were no giant spiders. I have arachnophobia. Like, more likely, Lucas, just for anyone that wasn't here for the earlier stages of the game, what happens is if anyone in the city commits a sin, these statues come to life with golden bows and kill everyone in the city. So, and this would likely count as theft. Let's see. Oh, I see. Replace with fake. I feel like when I open... Oh, door's locked.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
Yes, I have... Was that statue looking at me before? Yes, I have it.
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door
No.
for me and I'll unlock it for you.
You locked me in
A
here?
little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
Oh, this is not against the golden rule.
No, technically, I never said that. I said if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
Let me out right now. How can I trust you?
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my handiwork.
There's no way I'm giving you this bow. I'll find another way out. Or, I'll just go with this one. Is it?
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Dude, they are not going. The gods are not gonna be happy with you. Nor am I. I doubt it. I doubt animal murder qualifies as sin, considering how fond the Greek gods were of animal sacrifice. That's about what I expected. Oop. Oh, I'm getting murdered. That's... And I'm guessing this area down here is where the horror aspects might come in. Also, I like how when you draw a bow, I think everything seems to go slightly gray. Of a, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Might just be my imagination. Sponge stick. Oh. Do not, that is the shit stick. My what? What about my what? Ooh, arrows, dinar. Ooh, a lot of money. Okay. They did not need to go that. Could you just do that to anything? Yes. They did not need to be this extra. You can literally just... Oh, wait a second. You can literally just make anything gold. How what? Wait, can you make the water gold? Gild your first thing. That is objectively not correct. Oh, wait, no, I made the moss gold. Oh, that's clever. That is real clever.
My beloved Galatea, I
You can put this down and continue listening.
So that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it.
Oof.
The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. My beloved Galatea.
God damn it.
I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me.
Okay.
A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say
Okay, yeah, I can do that. I love this mechanic.
word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper again. And turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned.
Oh, whoop. Loading. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Okay, I do wish they hadn't put in loading screens. I wish it was just open world.
This was no statue.
That's my biggest complaint so far.
Trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Interesting. These are not statues. Oh. Oh! Peeled statue. Okay, Joy! Every one of these statues is a person stuck in eternal anguish. Wonderful! I see what they meant of you may not want to play this if you don't like horror aspects. What? Where did you come from? Can you die from being kicked? Okay, looks like no. I think you have to hit them in the leg, maybe? And they want to die. God, they are so, like, the fact that you can just shoot the arrow and anything it hits turns to gold is so extra, and I love it. And it even looks different depending on what the thing you're turning to gold is. The marble looks different from the stone. That is so extra, and I love it. Though also, I am curious, actually, going back. Where even am I? Back here. What happens if I turn this wood to gold? Okay, I was wondering if it would become too heavy and snap that off. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's probably easier than you might think because they can probably just change the texture, but it's still impressive they did that detail.
Supposed to be here.
It's not considered a... So apparently mercy kills are also not a sin. Ooh, I just took that guy's money. Probably where I need to go. I guess stealing from the dead is not considered a sin. Maybe. Hi, Niala. I mean, like, it's still murder. It's just a murder that they want. Is assisted suicide a sin? That is a moral question I am not at all capable to provide the answer to. Oh. I do not have enough arrows for all of you. Oh! I could kick a statue into another statue. I guess getting kicked in the face. Let's see, do I need that? I don't need that. Then why does it want me to... Oh, I accidentally turned it to gold. Whoops. I see. I already turned that to gold. Get in the water. Into the water with you. Cool. That is not supposed to be that comedic, but it is. Just the fact that they kind of just trip. More arrows, more money. Definitely can get a lot of money out of this. I have no idea what you buy with money. You might have to buy shit from the asshole. Okay, but what's over... Oh, I see. You could, like, parkour up instead of fighting through those guys. Yeah, working on it, mate. Sighs with relief. Not... God damn it. Let's bring this guy's corpse. Okay, never mind. You can only kick him once or twice. I wonder if a headshot would be an insta-kill. Oh, well. Oh, I see. Lure them all into the water and then freeze the water. Where is this in the city, though? Key to palace doors.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought...
I do wonder if this is the person, the pattern, that knows the pattern.
Charges. Stepping away into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his...
Can we talk about that? That guy saw a statue and was like, I love this statue.
It was then that I heard...
Oh my god. Again, so extremely extra.
I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I Your face, forever frozen in a nook of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose.
You good?
To free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Oh god, that's why these guys are all peeled. But the problem is, I mean, it does seem to change some physics at least. Like, some things will drop. That just sounds like an incel. I'm sorry, that just sounds like a ye old incel. But like, the problem is you can't just remove the gold, because their skin is the gold. So peeling a statue is basically skinning them alive. I just want to note that. Yeah, I do very much appreciate the built-in trigger warning. Oh, whoop. Of like, hey, you may not want to play this one if you don't like horror elements. I do appreciate story-based games that do that. If you're going to have triggers, you may want to have a trigger warning thing. Hell, even let people turn it off if they themselves are not. Like, I am not easily. There are very few content warnings that I need to have. Really, it's spiders. Which it does, apparently. To some degree. It's not quite clear. Like, it's, topple 10 peeled statues by kicking others into them. The only problem, there was an amphora here, is like, the statues also can animate by the will of the gods. It's unclear, because I'm betting these people do not want to attack me. Oh, and there's an ad running. Like, I'm willing to guess the people trapped in these statues are not trying to attack me. But that doesn't necessarily mean they won't attack me. By the will of the gods. Oh, arrows. Yeah, now I am glad I didn't take the gun guy, because 10 bullets, there's probably it's definitely the fastest. Like, that's, oh, bitch. There we go. So yeah, headshots are an insta-kill. You don't need to use 2 arrows if you get them in the head. Is this, ooh. Ah, yeah, the household shrine. Where do I go? Not there. Oh, this you have to shoot. It does seem like most objects just aren't interactable unless they are turned to gold. Ow. Don't stand in the fire. How did I heal? I apparently healed at some point. Where? I'm getting turned around. So I do notice this. Because I guess the idea is that the vines wouldn't be strong enough. I also am liking all of the different routes I'm noticing as I'm just fucking around. If you pay attention, you can probably clear this without actually needing to kill any of these statues. Or at least killing few. Oh, I see. There we go. I guess it's just like, on the other hand, they could just add, like, it's, I guess that is a fair point. Because, like, it just, absolute desperation. Of, just kill me.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar
You are
the
skinning
door.
these people alive.
As I continued
Navia,
working on others,
you are
I could
skinning
hear
these
her
people
screaming
alive.
and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole
Lady!
in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be my beloved Galatea.
Oh, goddammit.
My attempts at freeing these souls from their golden
You know, if I have to
prisons
free every...
have
Okay.
not been going to plan.
Okay, please
My
stop narration. Because the other thing is their head is still covered in gold, if I recall correctly. Like, those guys I re-gilded. Through murder. Yeah, their heads are covered. So they probably can't see. Or at least they can't see very well. Oh, yeah, money. Thank you. Oh, the household shrines restore your health. Okay. Which is probably why when they hear something topple over, they rush to it. So, they probably can't tell that you are not the person who skinned them alive. I just want to reiterate that. Navia is skinning these people alive. And being like, oh, why aren't they thankful for being released from their imprisonment? Navia did not turn them to gold. They were already turned to gold, but she was trying to free them. The gods turned them to gold. Through those huntresses. She's still alive. That's the thing she showed up. She showed up here and said you aren't supposed to be here. That turned everyone to gold? Like, apparently these guys are considered Ugh. This is horrifying. Let's see, where... Yeah, this is the, like, flesh gold alloy that she peels off of them. It doesn't break the rule because they have been forsaken by the gods at this point, apparently. Half-peeled statue. Ugh. You can talk? Who are you? Oh. Bonk? Nope. You must be Navia.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
If you attack me, we'll both end up encasing gold.
And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
This has nothing to do with me.
Liar. I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak.
Thank you for the stretch.
Instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead.
Avia.
What's so special about you?
It's not just this statue whispering to me. A lot of them do it. It's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
It's like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent.
Navia.
They seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I done
Navia.
the hard work, then swoop in? Is that
Because they broke the golden rule. Like, that, if they turned to gold, it's because they were past resident, or from what we know, they were past residents that got turned to gold. So they broke the golden rule in a previous cycle, and then now we're on a new cycle of people coming down here. That's... No, I swear.
Liar. You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What? What are you talking about?
Don't sin. That is the TLDR. Do not sin. That is all we know. I got trapped in tunnels under the city and came up inside the palace.
Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
Never had any intention of hurting you.
So I did all this. I ruined her.
I think we might be about to
Nothing.
find out if suicide's a sin.
Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Wait, I can undo this.
It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in gold again.
What? How?
This golden bow is the weapon that encases people in gold.
Really? I'm not sure I believe you.
Thank you for the hydrate.
If you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
All right, stand back.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia.
I still have not met Lucretia, but now I have a key. Take.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there.
Goodbye, Navia.
Go, and never return.
I am curious if I could have turned her to gold without... Oh, butterflies back there. If I could have turned her to gold without breaking the rule, but it almost certainly would have broken the rule. I mean, so far, that's the only one we've broken of killing. We don't actually know. That's the big thing. Ah, I see. There's a zip line. What happens if you don't... Oh, I see. If you don't have the zip line, you just have to walk down. And break your legs. Let's... Here's the thing, though. We've... The only... As of yet, the only thing that has broken the golden rule in our presence is murder. Or attempted murder. We've seen the rule broken thrice. When I shot the councilman in the face, when I shot his daughter in the face, and when the assassin tried to kill me. But indirect murder didn't seem to count. Lying didn't count either. Because I lied to the assassin. Alright, I'm gonna have to yell at the asshole. What about the priestess? Because I lied to the assassin who came out of the bathhouse to take him into here. Oh, wait. So you can't gild a corpse. That feels odd. Now, where's that asshole? Hello, stranger.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil.
What's your story?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
How about the city's history?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago. Which means
Virgil?
Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
Is it common for Romans to copy Greek art and architecture?
Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean
What?
that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And
yeah, it could be a god that, it could be like a pagan god.
Any of us imagine. If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
As if, you mean if the statues could like whisper to us? Tell me about the city's architecture.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath
yeah,
the
aqueducts are cool.
And the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
I am curious, is Prosperina an actual god? If they bring water to the city, could we use it to escape?
Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside something.
That's why the cisterns are banned. They're a possible way to escape. Okay, Persephone, got it. Yeah, I was like, I was thinking like, wait, that's Persephone, but right, yeah, Romans had different names for the gods. Tell me about the temple up on the bluff.
In the great temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, Proserpina. It felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside.
Okay, that definitely seems like a lead to follow.
Never know.
Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
But also, like, this guy is like, I love hearing people talk about things they're excited about, and this guy's an architecture nerd. That's the graffiti. What does it mean?
Oh, it means
oh,
someone
I actually
thinks
didn't
I'm
notice
a
the
sinner,
graffiti then.
and that I'm going to break the Golden Rule.
Why someone think that?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
I see. So there's a jackass who thinks that being gay breaks the Golden Rule.
As I did in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Sorry to hear that.
Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I
I
am.
like Virgil.
Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
Do you know who's writing their graffiti?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite the collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God.
Christians.
And that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Yeah. Let me look into it for you.
Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone.
Fuck you, homophobe!
I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just
Virgil,
confused.
you're too nice. I'll get right on it.
And let me know what you
Virgil, I like you. Virgil, do you have? Can I have?
Secret admirer?
Yeah, I would have
That's
liked.
all right. I'm sure it'll take time. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
I've known Virgil for 5 minutes, but if anything happens to him, I'm going to break the golden rule. What are you gonna vote for?
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
Anything you can do to change that?
My vote isn't for say.
Okay, fair enough. What do you think of the golden rule?
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. But I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
I think so, yes. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
Like, it's kind of hard to define.
Nice to talk to you.
Okay, interesting. Because, like, here's the thing that I'm also thinking about. Is... It's great if you can save them, but you also need to find a way out. Because otherwise you're just going to be in the future, but trapped. Let's see. Hello, stranger. Let me talk to you.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I.
Why are you
And
so
I must
greasy?
Say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India.
Probably. Like, I mean, he does seem to have a fire behind him.
Tell me, I must know. From which exotic part of the world do you hail?
You'd never believe me if I told you.
And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are...
Imagination, he is not
We will
lewd.
have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you...
Most likely
require
sweat.
assistance? I know you do not require
To be
clothing,
fair-
so information perhaps?
It does seem like there is, like, a opening out top, so it's not going to fill up with smoke. Or burn through your oxygen. It's just, it's not an exit you can really leave through. What's your story?
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the
You're
forest.
not wrong. Why is that a tailor shop here?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at
Yeah.
all?
A lot of cultures did, to be honest. Yeah, more or less.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Fair enough. How'd you end up here?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Why don't you tell me what you do remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares. And drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success.
I also like Georges.
I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
So you floated down the Tiber?
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find fire.
Interesting.
Campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
So, it seems like everyone was running. Everyone, so far it seems like everyone was running from some sort of disaster happened. In his case, it sounds like an earthquake. Then went into the river and was saved by a stranger before coming here.
Anything you like.
Any idea who's threatening Virgil?
This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night.
I think
you should ask her about it.
There is.
I hope that our paths cross.
I'll talk with him more later, but yeah, like, because you do have. Or wait, is it? There's light coming from somewhere. It's not a dark cave. Yeah, up over there. You do have you do have this leads in particular. So, pulled out of a river by a young woman named Karen. Return for saving my life. She wants me to find a man named Al. Forget me not. I do appreciate this. Run. The golden rule has been broken. Armed man, a bow, and the gilding. And then these are ones. So, a virtuous man. Get duly from his cell by getting Galerius elected magistrate. Get access to Malleolus' villa. Find out what's distressing Lucretia. Oh, because of that's probably the medicine. I think I accidentally have already solved that problem. I don't even know where the Temple of Apollo is. And I'm guessing that is probably the mysterious temple. Who will? I think the last thing they said was the priestess. So one of the priestesses is apparently a guide, according to these guys. Also, I should go. I got distracted. Let me go see about the bee fucker. That sounds. That's not exactly what I meant to call him, but you know what? It works. Don't worry about it. The guy who trapped me in the room with the bees. Where was that temple? Oh, hi, Decius.
Oh, hello there, partner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke earlier. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then, surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone.
I don't believe you.
Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Look, why don't you keep our bow as compensation?
You mean my bow? Don't worry, I'm keeping it.
Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Now, can I help you with something?
Salve.
Any idea who's threatening Virgil?
I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw
Okay,
something.
talk to Fabia. Got it. Who are you gonna vote for?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What
Okay,
hope
so
is there?
everyone's voting for Malleolus, apparently. Let's talk about
Certainly.
Or I wonder if... don't know.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius.
I'd like you to vote for Sentius.
Not gonna happen.
Okay, no. So he's not going to, as a favor... What's your story?
How did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemy's
You're a
power.
looter, got it.
Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave.
Vase.
Such a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out.
The fire.
See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You chose the cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart.
Of
I mean,
course.
I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
I think I see where this is going.
Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Commiserations. And now, fuck you. Sounds like you got what you
I couldn't
deserved.
agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
I don't like this fuck. I don't like this fuck. Do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims
Good to know.
to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
Like you! Really? I hadn't noticed.
Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
Apparently you are immune to sarcasm. What do you think about the golden rule?
Terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here.
If I ever need to break the golden rule for a puzzle, I'm going to break it on this guy's face.
Very well. Another time.
Hi, Fabia. Oh.
You
Oh, right, you.
took care of him.
You had a tragic accident in that shrine.
An accident? So, it's over? Oh, God.
Unfortunately, I think breaking his face would break
I
the
really
rule.
thought we were all going to die. I do have a question, though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
Though I am curious why these are all... marked as a lie. Like, I feel like if you lie too much, it might break the golden rule. If I said yes, I'd be admitting to murder.
I don't understand. Oh, I see.
I also wonder if saying yes there would break the golden rule.
Nobody else will ever know what you did, but I know. That was really clever.
Hi, Subi.
Thank you. I'm glad you're here.
Because so far, the only rule is don't commit a murder.
Sorry, I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
What's your story?
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
How'd you get here, though? How'd you end up
I
here?
suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick.
Pandemic.
Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son.
Hot
I was about to
sake.
meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. Suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching.
Oh no, I know Asclepius. I can't pronounce his name, but I know him. That's odd. Most of the others were in Rome before they woke up in the forest. You're saying you were a day's ride away?
Oh yeah. I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are?
Like, pretty much all of them seem to have gone from the Tiber. Eddie was hunting Virgil?
Shame, that is. Maybe this will help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armor, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people.
I don't know who Rufius is. I already have a suspicion. Because there's an asshole. Thanks, it does help. You know, way out of here?
You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out.
Okay,
already.
fair enough.
Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables. And Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live.
I'd agree. Fair enough.
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't
yeah, that is a good question. Although it doesn't have to be silk. Like, their clothes are not exactly fine. I would not be surprised if it's something growing on the farm. Okay, let me go to this stranger. Cotton, find you. Okay, I'm very curious what's up with the statues. That is a very cool detail. That's a very cool thing of just you constantly have. So let's see who this stranger is, if I can get to them. I forgot I had a flashlight. Oh. I think I can see what broke one of these golden rules. Wait. You were not looking at me. Oh, and you can actually hear the metal grinding. If they're turning to look at you, you can hear the metal grinding behind you. Possibly the last bottle of wine in the city. Let me grab that. I'm sure someone's going to want it. Like, they did so many details. Though I am curious. If I shoot gold somewhere here. No, it still works. It's just that guy specifically you can't turn to gold because he's already dead. Bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. This place is called Accursed. Here, Tityos offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees, and the 49 Belides who dare to plot the destruction of their cousins, their husbands, fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost. Interesting. Bloodless shadows. Interesting. I also do wonder, am I on a timer? Because, like, Outer Wilds, you're under a constant timer because the sun's going to explode.
I'm guessing that Promethean fire's not for sale.
Fuck off, Decius.
And I haven't slept.
Hi, grumpy fuckface.
Them's
Don't be too hard
roofies.
on yourself.
Better
From
watch
what
your
I
step.
hear, nobody saw it coming.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought you Stoics were
What's your
supposed to
story?
worry about things you can't
to
control.
stay sharp, but
Yeah, but
families from Solution, Tigris.
what if there
Babylon
is something I
province.
can do?
But
What
I've
if
been
she's
roaming
out
a long
there
time
somewhere
now.
suffering,
Mhm.
waiting to
Joined
be
the
found?
legions.
Sounds like
Sixth.
you're torturing yourself.
The one
Leave
they
that for the
call
gods. Try to
Ironclads.
relax. Get some rest.
How'd you end up here?
Tomorrow's
Same way as
another day.
everyone else.
I suppose you're right.
I would... Okay. Why shouldn't
Because
you...
we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Why don't you have a weapon?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise
Fortune
now.
smile on you, brother.
I get the feeling Rufius, if Rufius had a problem with Virgil, he would be a little more... He would not bother with graffiti. Not much of a talker, are you?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
What are you dealing with?
None of your business. In Troite ipsum commensula.
Mind you, Yeah, I think the game is not under a timer. I think you have to trigger something to break the golden
We
rule.
have to.
Are you the one threatening Virgil?
No idea what you're talking about.
Fair enough. You know way out of here?
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
Okay, fair enough. He is less happy with the state of things. Who are you gonna vote for?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
Let's talk about something else.
Fine.
I am curious what happened to his
Whatever.
daughter.
Salve.
Like, I would be
Keep an eye
surprised.
out for Scintilla, would you?
Like, or Horatius seems like a decent fellow. I'd be surprised.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow
Oh,
their trades,
neat.
imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world.
Oh,
so
her eyes
this place accepts
are
all
very
the
bloodshot.
souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come.
What's your story?
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
Sorry, I have no idea what that means.
They never do.
Can you tell me about the pattern you saw?
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
Interesting.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
She seems to be implying that there is not really a difference between the statues and the living people. I don't know why it's a phallic charm. That is a penis. Nope. Okay, you know, I'm gonna just do a quick test. Actually, why am I... let's hold off. Also, is this guy in a JoJo pose? Like, I mean, oh, note from Kabash. A dream diary from Kabash, which discovers his recurring dreams about a stranger named Kerti. I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having. He said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. Happened again last night. The man by the river was there. As always, his face shrouded in shadow from the peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Kerti, and told me he'd drag me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know. Who is Kerti? I do notice that has quite a lot in common with Karen. I am under the impression that Karen might... Wait. Charon. The ferryman! My fucking god, if that's the thing!
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Charon. As in Sharon. I'm gonna be pissed if they named Charon the ferryman Karen. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, there doesn't seem to be a consistent time that they came from. Because I doubt Rome went through a fire, a plague, and an earthquake all at the same time. It's possible. I don't know my Roman history enough.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Oh, right, you're here.
A new face, Ave, and made.
Wait, I only. Oh, right, no, you don't remember this.
I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Because of the assassin. It must be how they wound up here, trying to find a pattern.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed?
Some people mentioned a river.
Yes, I understand many of.
As in the river
carried
Styx.
here by a river current. What else?
Some people mentioned memory lapses.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else?
Some people mentioned an encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this.
I think this might be the afterlife.
Before you arrived here.
I did, a young woman.
And did you happen to catch her name?
Karen.
I see. And was this Karen?
Was she? I don't think.
Any chance wearing a hood?
She was wearing a hoodie. How could you have known that?
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should.
Yeah, I think she's the ferryman. All right, I'll meet you in the baths.
But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Yeah, that would definitely be considered a sin to have the Vestal priestess of the Vestal priestesses were virgins, and literally if it was believed they stopped being virgins, they died. The Romans would put them to death for not being a virgin. The Vestals were not a fun thing to be. The priestess. Yes? Was this here before? Oh, you know this was.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was
it
wearing a
is.
hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light.
There's a pattern of
If
something.
only we could see.
Oh, I see.
Oh, what a marvelous
Ah,
sight.
yes. Hi, Charon.
Do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was Charon, as in Charon, the
Charon.
ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin...
And that's why she was
helped the
rummaging
souls
through
of
my
the
pocket.
newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless...
God, fuck you, Charon.
Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry.
Karen. Motherfucker game.
I take it you know what this means.
We're dead. This place is the underworld.
I'm afraid so.
God! Coffee! No! What?
Escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be...
Also, I think that's actually the first to be continued on this model.
It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in. And
Then how am I
you look
going
as
through a
if you have
time loop if
questions,
I'm dead?
So, I'll try to answer them if I can.
So we're dead.
That was my first thought too.
Though on the other hand, there are stories of getting to the underworld without dying.
Were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly feared.
I mean, fair enough.
So I'm afraid I don't know.
That is true. You can tell me about Charon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were
I actually
Roman
do know a
or
bit,
even
but...
Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Why don't you all recognize him immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress.
Yeah, that does make
Whatever form
sense.
this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Interesting. Why are there so few people here?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That would explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Are you trying to keep this from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's rambling.
Very
But
interesting.
I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you.
That's all the questions I had.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular.
One is
in the underworld.
Hercules.
Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter.
Orpheus, right.
a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan
It
king.
does.
Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength.
That's not it.
Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally,
Hi, chill man.
Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape.
I also
with
know
the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
there were 4 endings. I wonder if shooting the guy in the face is considered the fruit of Hercules. Can't we just escape the way we came in?
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place.
Thank you
is
for the
very well
hydrating
designed
floof
to
pets.
keep
We're
us
about to have
safe.
an ad.
There's no way to climb up the shaft, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule.
Okay, so
We know
escaping
that
improperly
thanks
breaks
to
the golden rule.
writings left behind by those who've tried.
Okay, I'm going to counters with a subtract. I'm gonna be right back. I have to run to the bathroom, and we're about to have an ad. So, oh, god damn it! Imagination. Squint. I guess technically, buying a sub is a subtract. You subtract 5 to counteract the ad. You're not wrong, actually. You can subtract 5 to counteract the ad. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Hope you all had a good 3-minute break. I got some yogurt quickly because I realized I haven't eaten today, so I wanted to get a snack because God, I'm the one that does the dad jokes. I notice you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so.
I mean, you're already in the underworld. What is going to happen by Pluto noticing you? Tell me more about confronting Pluto head on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld.
What if I had a gun?
Forgive my candor, but
is a gun stronger than Hercules? I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. And even that laugh of yours
I legitimately
looks like something Prometheus might have stolen from the god. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine.
I wonder if they were like golden
If you
plates.
could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
And then the whole ironic of, oh, you want gold so badly? Congratulations, you're gold now. What can you tell me about the obelisk?
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is
So they seem to be going with a
However, this one is unusual in that each
interesting.
of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
So one interesting thing is a Herculean task. Yeah, it seems like they're going with a they're going with a multi-theistic theme with this, of essentially the Romans, the Greeks, the Egyptians, etc. were all kind of right. Where to find the Roman plaque?
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to
Cultists
do that.
or Christians.
There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been.
It seems like a
hiding
big
since the
thing
fire
here
last
is that
year, so finding them won't be easy.
we have to find the Christians.
But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Where to find the Greek?
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius.
Oh, Georgius is
His
great. He's
story's
Greek.
in the
Got it.
forum.
That would explain his accent. Where to find the Egyptian plaque?
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell
Was
us.
wondering why I hadn't met him.
Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Where'd I find the mystery plaque?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way.
Let's talk about something else. Hear more about escaping with the help of Prosperina, which I'm probably butchering still, but whatever. Or a guy.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Shouldn't we be willing to work against him to help us?
If the stories are true, then I suppose so.
That does vary.
The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
You're the female statues whispering to me every now and again. Only the female ones. I didn't notice that.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful if a bit cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Not yet.
Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth.
Alright, I'm ready to get started.
I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible.
Interesting.
As for Olivia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
I kind of would like to not prioritize this. There's other things. I'll start by listening for more whispers.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Like, I kind of want to play this I'm going to probably... Even, it might be off stream, but I'm going to probably play through this multiple times because I'm curious, would the gun... Would the gun help convince the Lord of the... Wade against the current? Wade against the current. Oop. Also, there was a setting I disabled, but is kind of a neat thing of, if you want hints for some puzzles, you can get whispered by the statues, which is a nice diegetic way of implementing hints for people who might be stumped. I wonder, are the male statues looking at you? Oh, God!
Isn't the great temple majestic?
I've made a realization. She mentioned he sees through their eye. Like the statues mentioned, he sees through their eyes. He hears through their ears. Every one of these golden statues is a security camera. Every single one of them. And then, so I wonder if you can get away with breaking the law as long as you're not in a room with a security camera. I saw you, bitch. Always remember they're watching. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. That is a burn. Thank you for the stretch. is a good question. Is there a statue that can... Yes. At least kind of.
Hello. Have we met before?
You know way out of here.
You're going to let me out of here? Really?
That's not what I said. I asked if you know a way out of here.
Oh. Please.
I do want to help, Dooley.
It makes me very sad.
Let me talk to the magic.
Galerius already tried
Yeah,
that.
yep, you already mentioned that.
Like, if you help Hannibal...
I'll see what I can do.
Bye-bye. Hello.
No, delete! I'll be going now.
Bye-bye.
Though there is then the additional thing of if you turn them to gold, they then immediately are going to be a security camera. But why would... I'm not fully sure on what the golden rule is intended to achieve. Oh, hi, Livia.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls.
I'm definitely gonna wander around
It
a
does
lot.
not notice the crowds that come.
I figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was
Bloodless
true
shadows,
over
'cause
and
they're
over
already dead.
again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden
Yes, I'm
from my
adorable.
shoulders.
Hi, Rain. Pokemonin.
Thank you, friend. I think
Yes, you?
I should rest.
Interesting. How many places did Theophilus have an orgy with 4 girls? How many places has he done that? Many shall suffer. Cavalry helmet.
Get out now.
Okay.
Don't you just love
Wow.
springtime?
Isn't that a big long
What is it,
bow?
citizen?
Are you the one threatening
What?
Virgil?
Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening
Apparently.
me, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
Fair enough. I'll be going.
All right.
I have a suspicion that it's the gladiator asshole. But on the other hand, that might be a little too easy. God, it is kind of creepy how they all watch you. Domitius.
Malleolus isn't receiving
I don't care. Are you the one threatening Virgil?
Do I seem like anonymous threats of my
Okay,
style?
fair point.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Just remember.
none of them really seem... Now, why? None of them really seem like a good fit.
Isn't the Great Temple majestic?
Because... Like, overall... Like, I might... But, like, one, I doubt it will work. And two, it's like, actually, it's a fair thing of... I don't know if any of them... I'm gonna want to see if I can find out more about him before bluffing. Wait, Decius let Lulia die because he's price gouging. I didn't know that. When did I hear that?
You look well, my son. Tutorial friend.
How can you die in the underworld, though? Millie, it does seem like the golden statue can't really die. Which is kind of what makes it horrifying. Where? Oh, wait, no. This is the market is this way, right? Is someone using the statues of the dead as a mannequin? Yes, hurting plants and insects is not a breaking of the golden rule. If I steal that... Possibly. Yeah, that is interesting. God, your stare is kind of creepy.
Salve and welcome. Need something? All right. Thanks.
Oh, he's smart and actually locks his chest. He does not just rely on the golden rule. I guess that's probably not a bad idea to ask about.
You're back.
Oh, they actually remember when you talk to them again that quickly?
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
I like your optimism.
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. All right. Thank.
Interesting. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Also, wait. Oh, the election's happening. Oh. So no, there is actually a time progression. Where was the forum? I think it was up here? No. Oh, this is the... Yeah. This is the palace. Where the fuck is the forum? And that's why all the men were going somewhere, but the women are still around. Because I feel like the election might be where the golden rule breaks. Does anyone remember the route to the fucking... It's probably over here somewhere. It also could be that, like, in that temple, time was paused. Not up there. Is it over here? I've been there. I can hear them voting. Okay, here.
Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth.
Yeah, I can...
The Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have
I'm gonna
committed
grab that
no
scroll and read it later.
crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in
Ah,
gladiatorial
I
combat
see.
against Domitius.
I'm sure.
And now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing.
Tell Sentius you suspect Malleolus.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me.
Okay, so Malleolus is an asshole. Got it.
Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable exploited by a treacherous leader.
Oh, and right, if he dies.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken.
I'm gonna quick save.
I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
Oh, okay.
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, yeah, so now... No, arrows do nothing against them. Okay. Help! I got stuck. So they don't kill him. Continue from last save. I did quick save, thankfully. I want to see what's in there, because you can't get in that room, because there's a statue in the way. But if that statue walks out, unless you need the gun. I'm sure, but it's like, what else could I have done? I can't, like, kill Malleolus to stop them. There's no way to, at this point, there's no way to stop the... Unless, I guess, like, maybe I could talk, but yeah, it's fine. So yeah, there is a timer. In this case, it being Malleolus is going to break the golden rule.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken.
Sentius looks busy.
I'm going to enjoy killing you, old
Yeah.
man.
I think as well they probably paused it. Oh, ow.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That's probably Pluto talking. Yep, thank you. Oh! That is a lot of money! Though I have no idea if money serves any purpose. Run! Ah! Like, they probably did just pause the timer while you're in a place that you could not get to the time loop. Because otherwise, if you went into that area, if you went into that area with like 5 seconds left, congratulations, you've soft-locked your game.
Salve, friend.
I'm Bale, I need you to take care, wait, what?
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
I need you to, oh! Okay! So you can basically just have Galerius handle some puzzles you've already solved.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
That's it, now go as fast as you can.
But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
That is a clever way to address the time loop of Galerius is your errand boy.
The 49 melodies fetch again.
So he'll run. I'm just gonna I mean, true. I am curious if that guy is going to comment on that.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of him. Just go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
Wait, how did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain. Go!
Yeah, you keep everything in your inventory. Like, if I open this up, I have 5,000, I have almost 5,000 denarius, a flashlight, this inscribed stone tablets, a citizen register, the letter to Dooley, handlebar, golden bow, bounty notice, 47 fletched arrows, key to palace doors, key to the chest in the shrine of Apollo, a bottle of wine, and an old scroll, the myth of the golden rule. So, which is interesting, you have a second person who decided to break the golden rule as it's a myth. Interesting. So I am going to do one quick test. I'm going to quick save just so I don't have to go through this again. This guy is an assassin who's going to break the golden rule. Whoop. Oh, hello. Why are we here? Good question. I'm pretty sure this will break the golden rule. Yep.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Okay, so I am though curious if he will comment on me having the bow. But they do seem to have done a good amount of like things reset, but you don't have to redo stuff you've already done. Because essentially, rather than the Outer Wilds... Oh! Wait! F9 is the test throw object button! Every time I quick load, it throws an object. Apparently that's my punishment for quick loading.
For the last time, Daisies, I'm not making you a bow.
Why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Oh, does he come and find you and say, I did that thing?
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible?
Oh!
And you already know everyone exactly what's about to happen to them.
I'm reliving the same day over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Oh, yeah. Like Sisyphus? How so?
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods.
Do the same thing over and again. Yeah, I heard, I noticed.
Push a great boulder up to the top of a hill.
He was like, oh, it worked! Dies in the background.
Down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round. He was stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Yeah. At least there's that. Go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help.
I like you, Galerius. Thank
Focus on
you.
Finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
You're a good man, Galerius.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not.
Oh, that was the first. That was the first one he
fortune
mentioned.
smile on you, friend.
Sisyphus. Old King Sisyphus.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend.
Nice.
Now, what's on your mind?
Yeah, fair enough. What's your story?
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad.
I'm curious how you round up here. I actually didn't talk to Galerius much. I have time.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty.
Oh, that was Prometheus.
That was my first.
That was not a futile task. That's just pain.
My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young.
Oh yeah, no, he's the farmer. He mentions that in the initial spiel of his.
We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans.
I see that's why he warns you against them.
There were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me. And I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. Never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow and
trampled.
The rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started.
You got trampled in the stampede. I'm glad things worked out in the end.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own fun.
The current elected guy says 7 months. Everyone so far has said 7 months.
So I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion
that I can remember.
I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our
imagination
magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of...
Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his.
I feel like of electing Galerius is the same.
Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Sure, lie. Sure.
Thanks, friend. I
like Galerius more than...
Anyway,
like, I think a lot of these people are fucked. I think the person who was a year was the baker because she was sick for a year, I think. Ever thought about running for magistrate yourself? Sure, or sure.
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me.
Why is... If Malleus runs, he's going to break the golden rule and kill us all.
And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Okay, so we have to get Malleus to drop out. Alright.
Well,
you know, out of here?
As much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me.
What do you think about the golden rule?
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
Fair enough. What do you think about the election?
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I have the feeling, though, that probably the election is the timer. I wouldn't be surprised if, even if you manage to get Malleolus to drop out, and then Sentius wins, he'll probably do something to break the golden rule. Probably, maybe even put Malleolus to death. Wouldn't be surprised if though I'm not sure on the third one. Is my son?
On your best behavior, I trust.
What do you mean he's my son? Hello, magistrate.
We're finally alone. I assume.
Oh, okay. Oh, that kind. That's very possible.
Know your name.
He might get pissed and punch the guy. I'm Bale. We've had this conversation before.
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly,
yep.
Someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal.
That makes sense. And you can't exactly kill him because then you're breaking the golden rule.
Figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
I couldn't stop it from being broken.
Ah, I see.
I don't know.
It's unfortunate, but all that
I think this guy just talks quietly.
is that you make use of what you've learned and
You know, I'll after this, I'll increase the master volume, but decrease the volume of everything but
I assume you
voices.
sought me out again for a reason. Thank you.
I'll
waiting here.
talk with him again in a second. And settings, audio, master up, reduce effects, ambience, leave voice, user interface. For some reason, they made the user interface so loud. Hi, Erdo. D&D canceled. Rip. Okay, one thing, just quick tangent. I want to run, not D&D. I want to run a game of Lancer, which is like a mech tabletop RPG. I want to try sometime this month to get a group together for that. I don't think I'll stream it because I'm completely new to, or okay, technically not completely new. I've DM'd one game for my family. That's it. Let me do an actual proper save as well. Yes, and Reggie, you are on the list of people that.
Do you have any news about your investigation?
I mean, fair. Let's see. Will you release Dooley?
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
What exactly did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born.
Someone else being more cruel does not make you less cruel.
Here, we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and, most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass.
Yeah, you're way
The man
too
has
strict.
no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the
Yeah,
lives
I
of
mean,
my
fair.
people so that one man can go free.
Caligula.
Was there something else?
Can we talk about who's going to break the golden rule?
Of course. What is it?
I'm curious, what happens? I want to figure out how to stop at least one person from breaking it. What happens now? I don't actually know with this.
Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still
Oh,
here,
I see. So you could,
then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is
that is quite the thing to say,
to
Diala.
change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is in to
yeah.
illustrate. When, if you manage to, the same thing would happen if you, say, if either of those things. So the fact that
I think so.
Excellent. It looks like you're. Of course.
I think I know who it is.
Yes.
It's Malleolus.
Why do you say that?
When he wins the election, he's going to convict you of treason and sentence you to death.
What? That's. I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this isn't your first loop, is it? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election.
Oh, I see.
I expect you'll need some kind of leverage on him, but I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course. So you'll be on your
That's
own.
all. Yeah, it's a very real
You'd better not
possibility.
waste any time. And Meswada, goddess of persuasion, go with you.
You can. I'll get right on it.
Thank you.
You can stop the election, but then something else happens.
If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
So, like, also, there's a whole list of.
Of course. Yeah.
So I'm curious about Decius.
Why do you say that?
Why do you say that? He asked for help figuring out how to turn people into gold to make money.
When you say he asked for help, you're not thinking of helping him, are you?
Not anymore.
Good. But still, he's been trying to enlist help with this for months. Even if you don't help him, it's only a matter of time before he becomes desperate enough to do it himself. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, but before we proceed, I must ask, Are you sure he's the one?
It's like that. I don't think I don't know. Actually, I don't know what this is gonna do. It's like that. I don't think.
I see. It looks like you'll. Thank.
Because I feel like most of the people in this area, in this city, are going to break the rule at one point or another. Some might not.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Okay.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Because you're a jackass. Let's see. Because like I could. Oh, would he? Maybe he would like the wine.
Malleolus is.
What the tribute you want?
What have you got for me?
Okay, so I can give him denarii. How about 100 denarii?
Os inculio mio. Just make it good.
I don't know what that means.
If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll
Can I parkour into this villa? I kind of do like the idea, though, of, like, especially because then you have Galerius to, like, oh, go do these things for me.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Because then you probably have someone, who gets, you'll probably have the cultist who gets angry about him being gay and all that jazz. You get a whole sequence of things.
Greetings and salutations.
Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Ah.
Greetings.
I know, you want to know more where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some questions.
My friend, your words
I do appreciate that they do give you some lines of, yeah, let's skip your introduction. You know way out of here?
Not so loud. What are you playing at?
Sorry, did I say the wrong thing?
Have you not been told about the last attempt?
Last attempt?
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. It is a long story.
I've got time. Why'd you tell me?
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
Why hasn't anyone done that yet?
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice saying to the entire city.
They broke the golden rule.
Tragically,
So escape attempts and murder are the two things we know.
That to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Got it, thanks. Do you know where I might find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades, and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up?
Yeah, I remember Weight Against the Current. I'll get to it at some
First,
point.
I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Romana. Plus, I have no hair left to pull.
I like Georgius.
My point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered
Yes,
Roman.
yes!
The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley.
Dooley.
He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
Why do you say that?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
What can we do about it?
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the seven sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
Sounds simple enough?
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone.
God, this game is really
by a
good.
selfish act.
I know, I've seen it happen.
Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, the statues do make magnificent models for my clothing.
I
Do
like
they not?
Georgius. He's a wonderful Optimus. Who are you gonna vote for?
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
What you gotta do to change that?
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
So it seems overall like you can't get them to not vote for Malleus. Yes, I know the priestess.
On your best behavior, I trust.
I guess I have to give the.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Like, the only way into this villa does seem to be through the door. Oh, wait, I see light over here. Ah, no, the light's just going through the wall. Got it. Fine, I'll pay the asshole. Maybe I can loot his corpse later.
Os in Coolio mio.
What?
Os in Coolio mio.
Austin, why?
Os in Coolio.
Oh, he's pissed because I said I would find another way in, so now he's just not talking to me. Wait. Sir, I'm going to need to use your house. Oh, yeah, I guess she does oversee the election. Neil, have you played this game? Okay, no, there's no way into his house through there. Oh, this might hurt. Ow.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Dummy, just shut the fuck up or I'm gonna shove an arrow up your ass.
That's quite an impressive bow you. A new face. Ave.
What's the status of the
It
election?
must be completed by dusk. It'll be between Why do you...
I'd like to nominate
I
Galerius.
like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus...
Okay, fair enough. Just want to make sure you're not backseat. It's fine if you don't know the game and you're just offering suggestions. Just, if you already know the answers, don't tell me them.
I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
Okay.
Certainly. See you again soon.
I'm under the impression that I need to bribe. Oh, wait, there's this. Listen to
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Oh. I wasn't, but now I am.
Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I go down?
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh. Why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called
That's
Hannibal,
fair.
right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell.
Thank you for
One
snack.
day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? He goes back in, and hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie, I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal.
Wouldn't that have broken the golden rule?
If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix. Or some Versipalus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which.
That sounds like a flayed statue. What'd you do?
What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
That was a great story, but I'm still going down.
Well, it's your funeral.
I have a bow, you dumbass. Though on the other hand, it doesn't sound like he saw gold. It sounds like it was flesh. Though I guess it could be a completely skinned statue. Nope. Yeah, it's just a golden statue. Okay, yeah, it's just a peeled statue. Now, where is... Find a creative way into the upper cistern. Is this Hannibal? Lunar pendulums. Pendulant? Pendant. Button in the back receipt. Send dia def. Question is this Hannibal? That would line up with what he was told. Wonder if I could tell him that was just a fucking statue. Crushed creature. Emancipated human-like creature spattered in gold. Here's been crushed to death. Oh, wait, we saw the other side of this. Okay. So they came in through the sewers. From the palace up there. Take. And you can only really navigate this area properly if you have... that? I don't... No, because if it was the guy's daughter, then she would have been turned to gold, which means the golden rule would have had to have been broken. Oh, creative way. As in break the golden vines. Oh, these are yeah, I don't know. Why these aren't just connected, I am unsure. Oh, wait, there was? Okay, let me go down. You can probably just jump because there's water. Interesting. If you're talking about the pendant, yes. Or the... I don't know if that was Hannibal's... No, because Hannibal's treasure requires a key. Right? Like, if that's Hannibal's treasure, I'd be surprised. Like, the gold statue? I guess it could be, but to me, this seems more like it's just another gold statue. True, but I feel like they probably would have made it be that you need to get Dooley out of there to get the treasure. God, this is a lot later than I normally go, but I just want to keep going. This is really good. Like, I would be surprised if that's Hannibal's treasure. Plus, his treasure probably has more than just money. Oh, there's his daughter. Enter the upper cistern in an unconventional way. Captain.
You. Who are you? Did he send you?
Who is he? I'm Bale and nobody sent me.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's going on
I'm
here?
Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
That'd break the golden rule, though. Oh, wait. But there's no statues here. Wait, Agabel? How hasn't this broken the golden rule?
He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
There's no statues here. Who did this to you?
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
Where's the way out?
Behind me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
What do you do if I release you?
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the others?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
What if I round up everyone else the ready to escape if the golden rule is broken?
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
I'm sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die. Or I'm like, I'm going to test. I'm going to do some testing. Sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die.
What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
I'm going to... Finish. Let me see if I can persuade Cynthia to let us go.
It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please.
I'm sorry, I need to try.
You're making a mistake.
I'm very curious about this. But yeah, like, there's no statues. There is a way to test it if the statues... Locked door. I'm just going to test this. Saving. No!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Interesting. On the other hand... Now, yeah, and I don't have a normal bow anymore, although I could potentially retrieve one. Yeah, I get bonked if I quick save, and I find that hilarious, so I'm not changing that hotkey. If I hit F9, it tests kits, but that also is the quick load button. Okay. It's easy enough to get back here. All right, I can just jump down. If I ever do speed running, I should set it up that if I have to reset, it bonks me. That's a funny idea. Just make the hotkey to reset splits also out of the way. I do wonder what happens if I tell him, if, like, I would assume they have something so I could tell him, God, loading screens. This is my only major complaint. That is also true. Yeah, he may have just had a more direct hand in
So
things.
you survived the
Or,
system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky. Or Cooley.
You're still just pissed. Got it. He also could have just put around some golden statues for the first batch.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
I know what you did to Scintilla.
Me? What are you talking about?
You're keeping her tied up in the cistern.
You know, you remind me of him.
Who?
Al Worth.
Oh.
The fellow who came through the portal before you.
You remember him?
Come now. Surely you didn't think
Oh!
you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next.
Interesting.
Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles.
I guess.
And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke,
interesting.
he showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, only 3 times? Extremely impressive.
Yeah,
And
that's
yet
how many times I've
everything
lived.
you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took.
I wonder how many lines they took. How many lines they recorded for that.
Yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
You knew there's a way out and even locked up your own door to keep it a secret. Why?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful...
Okay,
villa,
you're a jackass.
The sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all. Over
Yeah, that's
and
what I wonder.
over again. For eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Hand over the key to the exit.
And why would I agree to that?
What's to stop me from taking it by force?
The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time, so if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of
Interesting.
everyly here.
I was
and
slightly
you'll never
aware
be
of
able to undo it. Is that what you want?
And if he dies by accident? same thing happens. You don't hand it over, you might have an uprising on your hands.
You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
It's the right thing to do.
Ugh, you and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions or what happens, where you're from. Least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful.
This isn't over.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me.
I'll find a way to break the cycle, and you with it.
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Interesting.
I thought I told you to get out.
And there's no way to reset him. Because he's going to remember even if the golden rule is broken. And if I release her... She's going to go kill him. Which will then send me back to my time. Though, that is probably a different ending. Let me go see if I can get the bow from this. I want to do a couple of tests. I don't know why. Oh, he has a single coin because that's the only way he could have gotten in here. Everyone is going to have a coin if you kill them. Okay, so yeah, you can get a normal bow and a golden bow. Could you stop being in my way? I'm going to save up here and try a couple of things. Wait, not up there. One, murder. Oh, it forgot that these are gold. Or, oh, wrong. Yeah! There we go. Yes. Well, I can do that one. This is a really good... I really love this. Let's see. So first of all, I'm going to quick save and see if this breaks the rule. Whoop. Interesting. So no, it is if someone dies. If someone dies. It's not related to the gold statues. But I'm going to see if this is ending 2. Because my theory is she will unlock the gate if I let her out. And that means me and Al are able to leave. If you kill. True. If someone dies by my hand. Or my arrow, technically.
You're back.
Yes. I'm letting you go.
Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
I have a bow. I am...
what did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
As if I'd tell you. Well, you know, you're human garbage.
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what?
Oh.
What are you going to do about it?
She asked me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time.
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually.
She's just there.
It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust.
Oh, you're gonna die a painful death for this.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
I have a golden bow, to be fair. Well, I could, but I'm gonna let her have this one.
Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Oh! I can't say he didn't deserve that.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go.
And
Hey, what's happening to you?
Paradox.
That light, it's so bright.
So now I'm yanked out. But she should be able to open the gate in the past, which means there will be the gate open in the future. With me and Al. So it's the same as shooting him. Oh, I'm here now.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Al Worth, I came here to find you.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Bale.
Really? That's strange.
Mhm.
I was just reading an old tablet.
Yep, last entry mentions with the same name.
Trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name.
All of the endings in this
Described
game are a
event
time
about
paradox.
2,000 years ago, someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Actually, that was me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
When I first arrived here in the present day, I find your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
I still have a suicide note you carved into this tablet. Here.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime
Maybe.
in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
It was written by a different version of you. I changed the past in your fate.
I'm not following.
I helped Scintilla kill the man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever
So
happening.
you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't
This game is wild. Now you're getting it.
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Enough talk. How about we get out of this place?
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
It's right here in the cistern. Follow me. On the other hand, this is still probably the afterlife. Turn to the river. Oh.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into
That's
this temple.
fair. Good idea.
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Oh. I want to get all 4 endings. I want to say that much. And, like, I don't know if there's that. Like, one probably involves that treasure and the plaque.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here in a moment.
Oh, what
I like how the
relief.
name updates.
Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered your real name is Charon.
Ah, I see.
Oh!
I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Who are you really?
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
Fair enough. What truth is that? That we're dead?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How'd I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yeah, I want to know.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were falsely accused of a terrible crime, and fled into the wild to evade your accusers. On your final night, you were offered sanctuary in the cottage of a stranger who gave you food and money, including, by accident, a coin of ancient origin. Unfortunately, you were apprehended and attacked by authorities. Your host leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
What's so special about these coins?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans bearing their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do.
Has to be noble.
A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Why?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding.
Interesting.
Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself. Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of...
Possibly.
Well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright, Charon, here is home. Interesting. Ending 2 of 4. How many might have survived if you confronted the god of the underworld? I also want to point out, like, this seems to be implying how long it would take to reach the ending. You have 1, 2, 3, okay. And then 4 is just, like, a mile away. I feel like I am not fully completing this tonight. Tap escape to continue. Also, I think that implies there is a different ending depending on, like, there's a different description of how you died depending on which origin you started with. Yeah, no. This is, like, I was like, oh, we're getting close to the end. But no, not really. There's still a lot to do. I want to play a bit more. Continue. I think this will be right before I freed Scintilla. We've gotten 2 endings now. One is just the utter speed run of, shoot the counselor in the, not counselor, the, what the fuck was this title? Shoot jackass in the face. But why can't I swim? Thank you. The game apparently wanted me to hit the bottom. My guess for the 3rd. I'm going to see one thing. Could I go and warn people to be ready to run? Where the fuck is the exit? Because if I went and warned people to be ready to run, it might change the ending by having some of them escape. But, on the other hand, it could be that you can't have them gather up. Oh, wait, they're gone. Oh, I think the vote's about to happen. Yep. Yeah.
Name's Wolfie.
Yeah, no. I don't even think.
Whatever.
Oh, wait, no, now you're going somewhere else. True. That is true. That's my thought. I still would have loved to see what would happen. Also, though, admittedly, if he wants to keep it in a loop, it's not hard for him to do that by just punching someone. Also, what's up here? I don't think I went up here. Oh, no, this is the way down. But what's all the way up? Statue. I don't think I went up here. Oh, this is the way to the temple, which I've not gone to. Yeah, admittedly, he does mention that he's wearing his cavalry armor to help avoid that. But I feel like if he got hit by one... thanks for the hydrate. I'm pretty sure he would die even if it hit his arm. Oh, hello, people.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
I'm fine, thanks.
Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now.
True.
I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
What's your story?
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me owning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose.
How'd you end up here?
Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I...
Yeah, they all said... All of the ones that died to the fire have said 7
we were
months.
among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people.
They had a coin.
They boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Okay. God? Don't you mean the God?
Yes, of course. A slip of the
Okay, so
tongue.
you're Christian. Let's talk
you
about
like.
some things. You know a way out of here.
I'm afraid not. Although
Okay, so
I
a
don't put a lot of stock in such rumors. But if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
Thanks.
I hope it works out.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words.
Ask
a lot.
Octavia about the
I'd
Roman
like
plague.
To think that if we love our neighbors as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
I think so. I think people are fundamentally good.
You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer.
I stand by what I said.
I wish I shared your faith.
So you're a Christian.
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
Your secret's safe.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Don't want to get anyone crucified. I'm looking for a Roman plague that was removed from the open.
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give it to you. That's all I'll say.
Fair enough. I'd rather not have to
Well,
blackmail
It was
you.
lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing?
Oh.
Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
Ulpius?
Why? Why would you want that?
Yeah,
Why
obviously.
do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life, working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
All right, I'll talk.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Ulpius, can we talk?
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
Was this no, I think you have the right to die if you're suffering badly enough.
You're not going to trick me. I'm no coward. I intend to go through with it.
I just think there are reasons to stay alive.
Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for?
Hey, we can be friends?
You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius,
no! Updated lead. Asks Opus how Scintilla would feel about his suicide.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lad.
Oh, great! His suicide... Okay, his suicide is beneficial to me. Great! What happens now?
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
No, I'm not following you in the slightest. No! Why would I be following you to your secret shrine where you have the Roman plaque? No, why would you do that? Why would I be doing that? I can't imagine why I would do that. Yeah, that's great. I have other things to work on. Oh, and I guess that is a way of getting into his villa from above. Ponder. Or maybe... God, that may not be the first time we see that. Yeah, so suicide is not against the law. The golden rule is not broken by suicide. Rufius, why do you have a stick up your ass? Makes sense would be... yeah, it's like, I can't leap into there. Oh wait, he might have vines on his... You would think she would notice at some point? Wait, wasn't I here before? Oh, there we go. Loaf of bread. I'm not going to steal your loaf of bread. Oh. I don't know if I need to be like... Yeah, so I can see I think that's the plaque right there. You're telling me you don't notice this? Oh, the golden bow creates light. Where vines? I don't see vines. Not in here. I saw vines back there. But... I would need to get in here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I think we have to go around. Wait. No, nothing in there. Somewhere on the left. Okay, those are not climbable.
Are they again?
Where you
I'm
going to
quite
roll?
sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic
Fortune
Metamorphoses.
smile on you, brother.
Hi!
Would you like to hear it?
Hi!
It is rather long.
Why not? I have time.
Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now, the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately, the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic, realizing only a select few possess such powers. Says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately, the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine. And the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Or perhaps it's that the gods might kill you at any moment for failing a test. They don't even have to tell you what the rules
A
are.
cynic philosopher might take that view, but it's not entirely invalid, I suppose. See you again soon.
Because the gods are assholes! So how... Like most... Oh, joy! Don't worry about that. Wait, was that? I saw like interact with something, but I guess not. Like I can do this. I wonder. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's one of the routes, at least. I wonder if there's gonna be somewhere else that now has gold vines. Could be in the bathhouse? That'd be a bit weird, but... Oh god, loading screens! So it's probably not! Yeah, no. I love how you could just hear as you go through, every single one of the statues turns to look at you. Where, oh where? Unless you just have to get in there fast, but it doesn't seem... Maybe down here? Somewhere? Well, now I have a second bottle. I have a second last bottle of wine in the city. Nope, not in there. Yes, yes, yes. Wait, what's this? Oh, whoa, what's this? Oh, another fight causing... Oh, wait, this looks promising. Okay, inspecting just gives you the tutorial. Oh, wait. These are no longer gold because I went through a loading screen. Roman plaque. Pluto, father of riches.
What are you doing here? Please leave.
Hi, Octavia.
I said please leave. You're trespassing.
Fine, fine. There we go. I probably don't want to put it in until I have all four. I'm guessing the brain damage, why can't I remember the guy that is a little slow.
So
yeah.
lifts his triple head.
Yeah. Unless it's an exception. Dooley, yes. Dooley, I think, has the Greek plaque.
Salve.
Which is what I'm going to need to get Galerius to be the... I need Galerius to let out Dooley so he will give me the key. Alright, you forgot.
So you survived the system.
Oh wait, no, you haven't.
What's in Coolio,
Yeah, no, you're still pissed at me. Well, to the cliff. To the cliff I go to see if I can find a way of getting into your house. Because they're built just far enough away, there's no easy way in. Oh. To survive, we must all be kind. Correct, we must all be wise. We all be obedient. We all must be... Yeah. Ooh, a chest. It's fine to loot the possessions of the dead, just not the possessions of the living. Oh, hi, Sisyphus. Oh, whoop. No, wait, no. Okay, cool. Unless this is immune to the loop, we'll have to invade that person's sanctum again. But we don't need her permission to. We don't need the guy to commit suicide a second time. There is water down there. I'm going to do a quick save. Because this is a terrible idea. Oh, wait a second. Oh.
Deeply honored to have been elected your...
Oh, God. He apparently hit the ground very hard. The door's still locked.
Promise to you, good citizens, under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes,
yes, Someone is sobbing. That would break the law. That would break the golden rule. Unless you mean the guy in the pit.
A day of celebration, I hereby announce a day of celebration marking the end of an era. Yes.
Wrong bow. This bow. Nothing. They really don't. Like, this guy also did not notice the corpse falling from the sky, apparently. Malleolus.
Did you just leap into the villa from the balcony
Wait.
100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
Hi, Quintius. Dear Quintius.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye and one blue eye, just like the description in this execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens.
How dare you be hetero?
I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Apparently Quintius also suffers from delusions of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
My mistake.
That's
Never
quite
mind.
all right. We all make mistakes.
So I need to find something else to prove it to. What's your story?
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
What you do if you win?
I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city
By breaking
just as
the
I've
golden
been
rule
promising.
and killing everyone.
These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius' tyranny.
How will you do that?
By declaring there's no such thing as the golden rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
Golden rules. What makes you sure it's not?
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the golden rule is real?
The golden rule is definitely real.
Nonsense. There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
What would it take to prove to you it's real? Books? Notes?
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down.
I'm living the same day over and over again. The golden rule is broken each time.
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations.
I mean, you're kind of right, but also
We won't
kind of
get away
wrong.
with this much longer.
You know I can't prove it, and this is...
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
I can see nothing I say is going to convince you.
True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
I want you to withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa,
Yeah.
uninvited, and then
Because he also is
outrageous
using a
demands.
gladiator to
Why would I withdraw from an
strong-arm the
election
populace.
I'm bound to win.
Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
You fool.
The many shall
cool.
suffer for the sins of the one.
Cool, so threatening someone that you're gonna kill. How am I gonna get out? How am I gonna get out of here? Can I loot your corpse? Nope, can't loot your corpse. Did not think this through. I did not think this through. That door is locked. And this person's dead. Cool. So, yeah, maybe I didn't think this plan through. So, yes. I can leap off this cliff. What? Okay, cool. Continue from last save. I'm glad I saved before I talked to him. I'm going to have to re-go through the conversation, but they do let you skip dialogue, thank God. You are dead, not big surprise. They... What do you mean, maybe? I'm... What are you maybeing? Oh, I need to turn on my light. I lose tracking when I'm in the loading screen.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and
stranger sobbing.
Honored to have been.
Oh,
did you just?
Yes, I did.
That well.
Sir Quintius. You have one. Yep. I can't prove it to you yet, but I will.
It simply isn't.
Let's see. What's your story? What you do if you win? How you do that? Let's talk about something else. Anywhere I find a Roman plaque?
Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy.
Fair enough. Wait, I have the Roman plaque. What am I talking about? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Because as soon as you win, you're going to break the golden rule.
Don't talk no.
You're going to arrest Sentius for treason and sentence him to death by gladiatorial combat.
How could you possibly know that?
Because I know the future.
Nonsense. This is nonsense. I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here. You outstayed your very limited welcome.
You're going to unlock the front door? Because I would kind of need you to do that.
Get out of my villa.
Like, that's great, sir. Could you unlock your door so I can leave? Does he have a servant? Well, I mean, actually, no, he did have a servant. The key word is had. Sir, how do you expect me to leave your house with the front door locked? Do you have some vines I can turn to gold? Oh. I'm just gonna sit here a second and ponder on my own stupidity. Although I guess he's fine with me taking his key. Hi.
What's in Coolio Mio?
True. Though I wonder, does that unlock the upper door as well? Can I talk with what I'm assuming is his wife? Sculpture of Ares, also known as Mars. Minerva. Yep. Hello.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Not wrong. Can we? I know. Where do you keep your valuables? Can we talk?
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me?
Why are you locked in this room?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
How would you like some help getting back at Malleolus?
An intriguing proposition. Go
Something
on.
along those lines, yes. I don't think Malleolus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I feel like I'll force him to withdraw from the election.
To withdraw? Listen,
Okay.
You must think me quite Demetrius.
Well, that's fair enough. Let's just restart the cycle.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What? Did he just try to punch them? Did he really just try to punch them? Which one of you idiot? I love that they actually do have appropriate dialogue. It did not work. It did not work for him. It really did not work out. Now this game is very well made. Hello.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me?
Wait. Oh! Wait a second! The golden rule is going to be broken soon. I need you to quietly get everyone except Sentius ready to run to the upper cistern when the ground starts to rumble. I don't think this is 4. I think this is 3.
What? That's a big ask. But something tells me you're not kidding.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna stick my neck out and believe you. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
Oh, this is your 4th. This might just be a variation on 2, but I'm very curious.
The 49 melodies fetch again.
Isn't the great temple
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
I am also curious. Like, what happens if I go bitch at him now? Like, will he just laugh at me?
I thought I told you to get out of my...
So now he's just going to tell me, fuck off. I'm done with your bullshit.
Ugh, this place has become a thorough...
Sentia, I don't give a fuck.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Okay, so we have to go down into the cistern.
Hey, you're not
Demetrius,
thinking
I
about
don't
going
give a
into
fuck.
the cistern, are you?
I know about your creature, don't worry about
Well,
me.
it's your funeral.
So let's see what this does. It might just be a variation, but I'm still very curious. Yeah, I was switching and then the loading screen popped up. There we go. Thank you. I do wonder what happens if you use the normal bow on those guys. Yeah, because he does say, I don't know how many people I can get. Well, now we have another lunar pendant. I don't know what I do with that. Probably something to do with the Hannibal's treasure. Let me up. Thank you. I may as well grab a bit of money, because there's at least a couple of things that use money. Because I want to give him time to round up people. Because if I go too fast, I don't know if he would have gotten the time to round people up. Oh, I'm standing on fire. That's not good for my health. Though they might also just not bother with that. Though also then you have a bit of time. Oh.
You. Who are you? Did he send you?
I'm Bale, nobody sent me. I know, we've had this conversation.
What?
I told Galerius to lead everyone here when the golden rule is broken, so they can escape too.
How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking.
Oh, did she hit him over the head with that torch right there? Is that why she kind of slips behind him? But Lamp!
With Scintilla. Where is she?
As if I'd tell you.
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
You're gonna die a painful death. I told you, I told you I was going to break you.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bird?
An old man? Yeah, probably could, but I'm gonna let her have this one.
Ooh. Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
How does she do this to him? She kind of just sets him on fire with her mind. She kind of just...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Oh! Thank you for the floof pets. Lamp! Now back we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how she sets him on fire. She kind of just does. And then hi, Al. But I also do like how Alcov just serves as the, hey, you beat the game. Here's what happened.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray.
Yay!
Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Hi, Al. Oh, Worth.
Well, here I am.
Hoping you know who I am.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here.
I said you meant someone with the same name.
It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, Scintilla and a handful of other citizens managed to escape, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Actually, that was me. Yep.
God, why? I've
So
spent
this
a
is
lifetime in this.
This is the same thing.
So you're saying?
Now you're getting
I
it.
guess.
Enough talk.
Maybe we can.
Right here in the sister. Yeah, he does just kind of. He does really just walk like he owns the place. But I also wonder, could you theoretically? I guess no, that gate would be locked, so you can't get it. You can't get down below through another method.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment.
Good idea.
You go.
Okay, let us go talk to Charon and ask her about the other thing and see if anything significantly changes.
You're back.
I found it. He'll be here in a moment.
What a relief. Why don't you tell me?
And I discovered the ruins of an ancient underground city.
Really? Sounds amazing.
Okay.
And did you?
So no, that doesn't really open up anything.
Here he comes.
That's just like the default answer.
It's so good to see you. You were gone so.
Kinda lost track of time, and there was a tablet. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that great.
How could you?
I'm going through all this stuff that
She
we've
left
already
a
heard
tablet
before.
of her own. I think here. Take a look.
Let's see.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia, and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift you've given us and try to show others the same compassion you showed us.
Oh, now I'm
We
wondering.
promise you that saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
So in this case, you rescue Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equita, and 3. We're gonna see if this is 3 or.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her.
Because on the other, this is a
I'd
variant
love to
of
hear
2.
your story, but you two look.
Sounds good.
And you?
All right, Farius home. Oh no, that is ending 3 of 4. Oh! This shows how many people died in the process. Oh! Maybe. Because, like, that's Dooley and, Galerius. And then in the background... So, this is... Possibly. The other thing is it's a little open-ended exactly which people survived and died. I'm pretty sure. I think ending 4 is may not fight God, but it's at the very least it is confront the god of the underworld. So I think I'm going to call stream with ending 3. Now, and it's the goal is, and there's like a lot of variants you can do. Like you might be able to save Dooley. Do we try to save everyone? Nah, I think I'm going to end it there. I think it's getting late for everyone, but I might try seeing what happens what if Dooley's out of the cage? Like, what if you elect Galerius, so Dooley's out of the cage, and then get ending? Yeah, ending 4 is probably literally confronting God to save everyone. But yeah, I'm going to definitely come back to this next week. Abso-fucking-lutely. This, I think probably next week we'll be able to finish it up. But this game is really good. I very much am going to... Because here's the big thing. Sharing content from beyond the white hallway. What white hallway? That's where I'm like, There's actually a lot more to this game, isn't there? Because apparently they did not feel like they needed to warn against spoilers or have content creators warn against spoilers through all of this. So we'll see. It may be more than that. But yeah, definitely. Thank you all for coming on out here. This game is really good, and I'm excited to play more, but I also need to eat food. I haven't actually really eaten food today, so I should do that. Food is important. Yeah, like, I would say it's different to Outer Wilds. Like, I would say Outer Wilds is extremely experimentation focused, or exploration, whereas Forgotten City is a little more narrative focused, if that makes sense. Like, they're both narrative games, but Forgotten City, it definitely has more of a plot thread that you're following. Whereas Outer Wilds is extremely exploration based. Okay. And there's a whole lot of achievements, like... Right, okay. That is a game you just reminded me of. I'm adding it to my wish list, because I vaguely know about that, but I never really looked into it. Because it is like a Groundhog Day one. Okay, I'm adding that to my wish list. I'm gonna look into it later. But yes, let's find someone to raid. Thank you all for coming out, because this game is so good. And yeah, like, also, if anyone has an interest, it's a good time to give it a go, because, you know, you can get ahead of me while I'm, not streaming it if you want to see the mysteries. Okay. I'm not rating anyone playing this game, because that's a great way to get spoiled. We could raid Aurora, who's doing Lingo. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do that. Lingo's a great game. Aurora's a great bean. Oh, you're right. Aurora doesn't go that late. That is right. Ugh. Who else is on? We can see if there's any other Moths on. Moth? We could also raid Goob, who's doing some Lethal Company. Oh my god, I just checked the Moth tag. There is an absolutely fucking adorable man. Or woman, I don't know their gender. There's an utterly adorable bean. I love this their PNG tuber. We're raiding this bean. Okay. I've never seen this person before. I'm raiding them because they're adorable. And yeah, if y'all have enjoyed the stream, feel free to join my Discord or check out my Twitter or Blue Sky. Today is Thursday. Oh, right. So that means Sunday. I'm not 100% set in what I'm playing next week, or not, like, to start next week. But I'm leaning towards Crosscode because Survivor got it for me, and I've heard very good things. So yeah, that's probably what it's gonna be. But keep an eye on those channels for the schedule. It'll be up tomorrow. And yeah, if you want to join in on the raid, which we're raiding Werenimal, feel free to copy and paste either one of those, whichever one you got the emotes for. Top one for non-subs, bottom one for subs. Yes, thank you, Showbot, for, the VODs shill. And, yeah, I hope to see you all on Sunday. Have a good weekend. This is not optional. You will have a good weekend. Holds tiny moth gun. Yeah. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I always feel like I'm forgetting something at the end of these. I don't think I am, though. So, yeah. Let's give this new moth friend some love. Have a good one. Peace. Like, I guess I could add gun, but I don't have gun. I don't have gun set up, unfortunately.